I have been live for 4.5 minutes, and you just saw the thing that I didn't announce before streaming. Crazy coincidence. Well, okay, I did sort of announce it. I said I was planning on doing low transforms. I did submit this run to really, really long-a-thon this year. The games list for that will be in like a week. I'm really curious how YouTube will handle this stream. Because it's going to be more than 12 hours, and that's their limit. I don't know what they do with streams after that point. I'm sure the stream will stay live. I just don't know if the video will persist. I hope it does. So who's excited to duplicate some nuts? Thanks, Ace. Hope all dungeons is going well. Thanks, Agranus. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright, time to ride Epona to get Epona. Hope this clip goes nicely this time. Third try's not too bad. Yeah, we kind of need iron boots. Wow, this is really bright with the gamma boost I added. Cool. Hearts. Exactly what I needed. You know, I could take like 8 minutes and get 300 rupees. A shame that that's not useful at all. Right. How could I forget? That won't be too much time lost. I think I get the purple after this. Yes, this run still has to do post-slide. Thanks, haha, PhD. No, the point is to not transform spicy juice. Yeah, Pogate skip, we haven't found a way to make it work without transforming because of some stupid out-of-bounds collision. So yeah, we still have to do it. Yo, Jaden Wing. Thanks, Fuji. Maybe I should just, like, start Bogate Skip, and then realize that it takes a transform, so I abort, and do the rupee slide instead, but then get knocked back in bounds by a bubble at the end of the rupee slide. Pretty nice one. The crawling state. I think if we could get a backslice going in that area, we might be able to get past it, but it's just not enough space to do a backslice, even with weight. I shouldn't need to save, but I do need to get the 50 rupees. A hench. That is hench, right? Cool. It's one too late. Our roll's the same height as backslices. For some reason I thought it was a little lower. That's not fair. And this run diverges from any percent less than 1 minute in. That's not fair. And but thanks, the Harry Monk. This run starts with Iron Boots RTA, which is a category that has been suggested jokingly many times. I don't need to do back in time again. Alright, who's excited to dupe some nuts? So excited to get another crash course on music theory. Oh, I doubt that was world record. That was pretty bad. It was my best split time. Oh, maybe it was. Yo, good luck on that, Henrik. Yo, Gwafer Link. It'll be a long one, too. I split early, but whatever. Is there a reason that was so much? At least I thought I split on that instead of dropping the nut. Pretty sure. Oh, Rage 2000, it's going to be nut dupes for the next 3.5 hours. That was a not the split. It's not the split either. Okay, I am currently duplicating Deku nuts. Basically, there is a Deku Baba at the tunnel that will respawn as long as I go 2 areas away from it. So, I grab the Deku Nut, I drop it in an area between so it doesn't despawn, then go to the other side of the tunnel to despawn the Baba and therefore respawn it when I go back. And then I go back and do it again. This fills up the memory very, very slowly. I will be duplicating 350 nuts in order to unload an area. And it'll take about 3.5 hours. Nice, the hairy monk. The nut amount has been surprisingly consistent for me, and I'm not entirely sure why. Like, it's been right at 350 every time. But it might be possible for some variants to show up. Hard to say. Anyway, this is probably... I mean, this is a little bit more content than watching a rupee for 10 hours, which we'll be doing later. But, you know, this is what it is. Thanks, Account 1 Proton. And no worries. This is a 21-hour run. I wouldn't expect anyone to stick around for the whole thing anyway. I won't load the wrong things. It's just this area, the area that has Koro in it, where I got the lantern, will eventually just fail to load because there's enough memory taken up that it doesn't have the space to load the area. That'll let me take Epona on a little stroll out of bounds, which will let me get into the Forest Temple basically with nothing. Guys, I'm not even sticking around for the whole thing. I will be sleeping. Thanks, Wintercoat. Yeah, Ketsumomo had a tracker at the bottom of their splits for their nuts. I didn't get a chance to review their VOD to see what might have caused the 30 minutes of time save. So I have no idea. I'm fully expecting not to get it this run. The reason I'm doing low transforms is because I wanted to do low transforms. Thanks, Glubbers. Exclamation point, Glod. Yeah, there's no particular reason why I'm doing this. Just, I did submit it to Really Really Longathon, which is in December, and it very likely will get in. I'd be very surprised if they didn't accept it. So, sort of a derust, sort of a, I just had some extra time on today and tomorrow that I could fit this in. I think that one was Sky's idea. I do not have the hands to ban that person. Do not go to that website. And especially do not remove the space. Alright, I did have the hands. It's a little tougher when you actually have to shift the camera away from the nuts to reduce lag. But that doesn't happen until 100 nuts in or so. Yeah, there are speedruns that are longer than 21 hours. Even speedruns that have actual gameplay for longer than 21 hours. You think this is a lot of nuts? Come back in 3 hours. Batten Kaitos isn't 500 hours. It's just over 2 weeks. Which is like 330-ish? But that doesn't have actual gameplay the whole time either. It's like 5 hours a day for those 2 weeks. I don't know where you would find factorial nuts. We're just YOLOing it. I didn't even get a chance to review the one that saved half an hour from Katsumomo. I need to not do that. That loses a lot of time. I could move the horse, but meh. Fine. I'm impressed that the audios are in sync. Dude. This has been seriously sloppy. Yeah, it was half as much lag at the end, for no apparent reason. Especially when it was still on console. We don't have an easy way to do this, Clovers. To check that on German, I would need to dupe nuts for 3.5 hours on German. So no, I haven't checked it. Plus, I'm not going to run this category on German because of the coordinates cheat. Only having an NTSC version. This route is the same route, Rage 2000. Nothing has changed. At least nothing really has changed. Pretty sure Ketsu went wrong with English. Thanks, Duffy. Yeah, historically, I guess I have just done low transforms runs when there was a new route, but not this time. I mean, we have Pogate skip, but you can't use that in this category. Am I still comparing to best split times? I should fix that. Oh yeah, I need to, like, not take damage. Wide glonners. Okay. Best possible time 2013. So many things can go wrong. And it would be quite shocking. That was a funky move link. Quite shocking if I got even close to that. Especially knowing the Grove slide was really, really good at PB. Thanks, Cass. Okay, I did split. Hey, Looney Susie, thanks for the good luck. Hi, Melton. What is your shoe size? What a strange question to ask a Twitch streamer. Thanks, Looney. By day 4, it was already the second most watched video on my channel, which is quite cool. Low area percent, like, go to the fewest areas possible. I suppose there could be some interesting optimizations in that. Yeah, it's this speedrun now only stares at a rupee, or now stares at a rupee for only 1 hour. Someday I want to route fewest permanent flags, but that'll be a doozy. Low percent already is basically... Well, no. We count small keys on low percent, which are not counted in Hundo, but they are counted in Hundo Plus. So it's somewhere between. Yeah, there is a possibility of that. Excuse me. Yeah, I think low percentile dungeons is worth doing a run of. I already have a route in my head. Henrik, that's mostly to say that if you say cheap viewers at this website, I'm going to ban you. No, Deku Nuts wouldn't drop. Or, like, seeds wouldn't drop. No, it's just that's what that's what bots will do. They try to direct you to sites where you can artificially inflate your viewer count, and that is not something that I am interested in. It's not an automod setting. I have to ban them every time. Though I could probably get it to automod. I just don't like automod. Automod wouldn't have let Morgan send the message. I really hate that there is no break at all during nut duping. I can't take a drink without losing time. Can't ban someone without losing time. No, I have never seen Matic. Nice joke, though. What sort of data are you looking for, Cass? Are you looking for the ideal angle? Because I don't have that. I've done some angle testing, but I haven't been able to determine exactly what angles are good. Because it's effectively impossible, from what I can gather, to get a setup that works. I don't know why I didn't think of that, Looney. Yo, Orion. Congrats on wasting points, Henrik. Thanks for the good luck, Reynolton. No, you just asked for my shoe size. If you DM me, Cass, I will send you what I have. Yo, Colossal Donut. Indeed. Too late, Morgan. Yo, Sonic. A nice and easy way to keep track, Middleton. And plus, it makes the graph look funny. I quite enjoyed Galois theory, and I really did not like group representation theory. Which, it's a shame. I feel like I should have enjoyed group representation theory, but I just couldn't wrap my head around it all the time. The other runner that's gearing up to do low transforms just has a counter on the splits, which could do, but where's the fun in that? Linear algebra is a lot of fun. It's at the sweet spot before math just becomes proofs all the time. Proofs are fun, but when you're taking 4 math classes a semester, they get tiring. Hi, Hans. I also wasn't a big fan of real analysis. Though, again, that's probably something I would like more today than I did back then. Always preferred algebra to analysis. Yeah, I specifically did not want to go into applied maths, personally. Exactly, yes. There were... So, I got my associate's degree in high school. There was a program that would just do the general education stuff during high school. So I did that. But that just meant that when I got to college proper, I had to cram all of my major into 2 years. And there are some classes that I really wish I would have been able to take that I never got to. I would have loved combinatorics. And, like, probability theory. That's not the class name. I can't think of the class name at the time. Complex analysis was very interesting. But again, it was analysis. It was probably my favorite analysis class. But still preferred algebra. Candace, I'm duplicating 350 nuts to unload an area so I can go out of bounds with basically nothing. Basically no game progress. Really hard to take a good line when you're reading chat. Yeah, that makes sense. I will say the applied math program at my college was a lot more popular than the pure math. My graduating class in pure math was 8 people. It would probably be better to go by columns instead of rows in nut placement. Thanks, Phantom. You too. I think. Yeah, it's nice that this run is still insane. I can't say my college was a small one. That thought has also entered my mind, Glivers. But more because I just really like school. Just can't really justify it on an affordability basis. I have a stable job, but I wouldn't be able to keep it if I went back. Engineering is more hireable than pure math. Pure science. Please do not throw people. Unless it's consensual. I liked different things about college and high school. I don't know that they're really directly comparable for me. Oh yeah? What's 2 to the 7/4? I would say it probably is a little bit more like the Link. At least when I was in high school, I found it to be really, really easy to get through with mostly straight A's. Like, it didn't feel like it was taking a lot of effort on my homework. And suddenly in college, you know, the homework was actually hard, and I had to put a lot more effort into it mentally. So that can lead to burnout if you're putting more in than you expect. Not bursted. Ah. There's still no lag. I wonder how much time I've wasted by keeping the camera on. My favorite nut is nut 350. Because when I get to nut 350, it's finally over. I didn't undo the split for 93, did I? That's more like it. If I went back to school, it would probably be for computer science, knowing full well that the job market is not being nice to computer science right now. Yeah, TSR. I'm trying to unload an area, which will take about 350 knots. Tell you, probably the best way to manage it is not what I did, which was watch Majin Phil while doing homework. That definitely did not help. Back when he was doing hundo every night. I love knowing that there's a possibility that I lose the run right after not duping by failing to keep Epon out of bounds, or crashing, or putting Epon in an accessible spot and then crashing. Exactly, alright. Plus, what if I missed a PB? Takes about 3.5 hours, Henrik. At the start, the nuts take about 30 minutes, 30 seconds. 30 seconds between nuts. There it is, not 100. But it will get very laggy. It will drop down to about 15 frames per second by the end, and it'll be nearly a minute between nuts for the last few. I'm starting to see the lag now. When did ZFG get Hondo sub 4? Hey, just a giraffe. I am duplicating Decker nuts. There is about 2.5 hours more of this. The horse is perfectly happy staring at the wall. We're doing it because this is the fast way. That's something that's always funny to remind myself. There is another way to do what we are trying to accomplish here. It takes 2 hours longer. Have a good lurk, Henrik. There's a rupee slide into the forest temple that you can do, but it takes 5.5 hours. is also a pain to set up. I don't know if it's just that I've been doing speedrunning with, you know, absurd categories for so long, but I honestly really don't mind nut tubing. People seem to stick around for it, so clearly it's not the most important. Yeah, it's an RNG rupee from the McGoblins there. There is an angle setup, but you have to do it from the start of the room. I mean, it's possible that a better angle setup could be found. It was just what I found when I was looking into it. Plus, once I'm done with this, I'll have a little bit of gameplay, and then a nice 2-hour break. After grinding for an RNG rupee for a while. Yeah, grab slide. I got it like second try, or third try, I think, in PB, and it was a really fast slide. Nearly 100% certain that I will lose time there in this run. It was like the fastest speed I have ever seen. Wonder if it's more laggy than usual and that's why I'm losing time, or some other reason. We're at the point where lag really starts to actually matter. Not be negligible. But don't worry, I will properly launder these. Here it is, the 1 hour mark. Just 2.5 more of this. Javier, this is not duping. I am duplicating Deku Nuts. It's to fill up memory so I can unload an area and take the haunts out of bounds. Good time. Well, I think inflation's already out of control. They're selling the magic armor for 20,000 rupees. I think. I think that's how much it was. Thanks, Javier. $350 nuts, roughly. The exact number might vary. It'll take about 3.5 hours total. Oh, Gothendrek. This is the discovery. Now, it is possible that this could go. Just... it's unlikely. Yeah, this run feels like low percent used to in more than one way. It's a good category. I think this is somewhere around a year old at this point. It's only useful in this category. Yeah, the purpose of this is to go to the Forest Temple. I can imagine. It'll get a lot worse. Trust me. Need to play Elden Ring. Yet here I am, duplicating Deku Nuts in The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the Nintendo GameCube. No reason to cut grass. I suppose the grass might be able to drop hearts. Not certain. Ben suggested that you could cut grass here to just rupee farm, get up to 300 rupees. It's not useful. Or fast. The fun part is getting used to the low FPS, the low frame rate, and then all of a sudden going back to 30 FPS. Makes it feel smoother than it should. Alright. I've changed the way I grip the controller. Which, in theory, should make it easier for me to control the camera, but at the same time, apparently it makes it easier for me to bonk. Just realized I never activated the YouTube chat on the on-screen chat, did I? Oh well. It's the wrong direction. Alright, I need to bonk less. Never mind, bonking less loses time. Clearly. That's sort of in the way. Hopefully I don't pick it up. It's far enough out of the way. The horse. Thanks for the 5 bits, Gossendrek. You could say this is practice for really, really long-a-thon, but I don't even officially know if it's going to be in. It just very likely will be. I'm running it because I felt like running it. I'm surprised it didn't knock there. All of December. I suppose it is very wholesome, but it's also hard to look at. Oh, there, that was not 150. Nice. We're almost halfway through. Nuts. Not wise, not time-wise. You need 350 nuts. Yeesh. Thanks for good luck. No, I never got a chance to look at Getsumomo's attempt. It might have something to do with that positioning. I don't know. Thanks again, Deesh. Once not duping is done, there's just a little bit of gameplay and then a 2-hour rupee slide. So the first 6 hours of the run are just kind of boring. But then it gets good. Yeah, we still have Pogate Slide. Well, most runners just call it post slide. Except there's something else that's called post slide. So you just have to know which one you're talking about. It's nice to see ZFG back to running. All Dungeons is a cool run. It would be cool to see this run get sub 20, but that is pretty unrealistic. I don't even know if I expect to PB this run. Just sort of want to finish. Well, on like the 350th nut, the Deku Baba will just cease existing, so it does get pretty tired of it. Just wish it got tired of it sooner. Wish Deku Nuts took twice as much memory as they do. I'm done with low percent for now, yeah. I'm quite happy with the 419. It's definitely beatable, but I don't think anyone else is gonna beat it anytime soon. Almost forgot to go and drop the nut. And we're not even halfway done with the nuts. I think this is the only nut glitch in Twilight Princess that I'm aware of at least. I don't know about other games. Yeah, thanks. Is that dumb? Eat 350 nuts. Takes about 3.5 hours. Like W. Incredible. Thanks for the good luck, Crow in the Rain. I could also kill the run by going over to Koro, which would respawn all of the nuts. Or so I did nut duping. That's what I did. About this point. Galaxy speedruns are really chill. I've I've always enjoyed, whenever the 602 race happens, having that on in the background all day. I don't really care for the first two games, but Galaxy and Galaxy 2 were really nice. Thanks, GMO Pasta. I played Galaxy 2 before Galaxy 1. I have now played both. I only played Galaxy 1 for the first time this year. I think that was the nut that I said when I placed it down. That's kind of in the way. I hope I don't pick it up. Alright. We are halfway through. What's stopping me is that I can't get the fishing rod if I do back in time. But I need to do back in time. In order to have the Master Sword not crash. If you could get the Master Sword with Ordon clothes, then we would just do fishing rod dupes. Hi, Boss Lady Trey. I am trying to fill up memory enough that an area unloads, so I can go out of bounds. With effectively 0 game progress at this point. It obviously doesn't crash with the Ordon clothes if you are a wolf when you collect the Master Sword, but I need to be a human because this is low transformed. Yep, you can really feel the lag when they're on screen. It is possible to get the Zora armor before the Master Sword. Not while still being low transforms, but glitchless. The game intends you to get the Zora armor first. And that it would require glitches to get there as human after, but yeah, it is possible, and I think it does still crash. Though that might be specifically if you don't have the Ordon clothes in your inventory. I'm not certain. Pretty sure Jaquaid has a clip of that specifically crashing. Yeah, I just got Galaxy 2. Because I had the 3D All-Stars. It crashes because it wants you to have... It wants you to equip the Hero's Tunic. And if you don't have the Hero's Tunic, then it can't do that. You can get Galaxy 2 on its own, but it's only digitally. So, if you really want the physical edition, then you have to get both. Which, well, makes sense. Each individual game is $40. And the bundle is $70, if I remember correctly. I really love how visible the one busted nut is on the graph. Yeah, like I said, it'll be like a minute per split at the end. Starting at 26 seconds or something. I'm sure if Galaxy and Galaxy 2 were released on the GameCube, then they'd be 200 a piece. I don't know, Glovers. That is not something I have paid attention to before. Then you get the Master Sword. There's... Any percent technically gets it without any other sword. Same with no save and quit. That's the only sword in your inventory. I split early, but whatever. whatever nut I get in about 15 minutes. Actually, should be a little less. It's still, it's like 34, 33 seconds per nut now. It's like 220-ish. Does the Orden Sword do damage to Argarok? I know the wooden sword doesn't. Though, you know, you can't even get to that point if you don't have the Master Sword. I think that's accurate, lovers. You can't. Well, could you? Can you do White Midna glitch without Master Sword? I don't think you can. Never mind. All dungeons could be completed in full transforms. The other dungeons don't add any transform requirements. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're an hour and 40 minutes late. Been expecting you. Idea. Alright. Like, it already feels so laggy, but it gets far, far worse. That was pretty much how it was found, yeah. I believe it was Muffin that found it. The Muffin guy. And just suggested that maybe you could dupe this at one point. Then I tried it that night, figured out that it does successfully unload an area faster than it takes to do the rupee slide. Would therefore be useful in low transforms. But yeah, it just started as a, hey, I had this thought, and it is possible. Oh, 200 nuts. Funny how time flies. I dropped that way early. Not that it needs to be right next to the rest. I have about 3.5 hours of nut duping that is perfect time to talk about whatever. I will promptly stop explaining things after that, so, you know, get all your questions in now. I don't know, Glovers. This is a speed run. This is not a fun run. I do not want to cut grass. Good luck, Glovers. Maybe write an XKCD comic about it while you're at it. Yeah, it's layer based. The things you need to get the fishing rod are not there after you do back in time. You transform in front of it, inside its loading zone, inside its trigger, and then just hold down. That's all. If you don't have the Master Sword, you wouldn't be able to do it with the first one. Because there isn't a way to get past it without the Master Sword, I think. But other than that, I think that does work with all of them. I don't know why it wouldn't. No, I think its trigger is big enough to prevent that. Maybe I'm wrong. If you're a wolf, you can completely ignore it. Have you considered impressing your friends by duping Deku-Nuts for 3.5 hours to get into the Forest Temple early? Really makes for a good party trick. I'm losing time. I wonder if my PB broke me nuts. There's some cool Epona out of bounds, though. And not all of it requires absurd amounts of duping. It's going to be earlier than not 220. The median. Thanks for not picking that up. If you do map glitch in Kakariko Village, then take Epona up the path to Death Mountain Trail. It gives you enough height to get... I think it was onto the roof of Barnes Bombs. That area up there. With Epona. Which is cool. And map glitch is really easy. There is a ramp that feels like it should be able to do Epona scene clip, but the collision around the ramp is weird. And Epona's speed in Barren Woods is weird. Maybe someday we'll have that, but today is not that day. Oh, if you have the Wii version, do you have Wii 1.0 or 1.2? Epona step. If you look on the back of the disc, you can figure out which version it is. I'm not even certain if 1.2 patched out the Iron Boots. The Iron Bootsless ceiling walk. Hi, boy. There's a page on ZeldaSpeedruns.com that outlines it. Their general version differences. Which I think we added it to that page. We need 350 nuts. And I'm halfway through time-wise now. I'll be duplicating nuts for another hour and 45 minutes. Why didn't I think of that? They dupe Ordon swords. That's an idea, DF. Thanks, boy. See you around. Would be nice if Link could stab. I'll lose time on this split. Big fan of getting stuck in the middle of the pile of nuts. That'll be my favorite pastime. In about 37 nuts, the nuts will stop having collision. Yes, indeed. Hi, Shingshao. Well, you better start believing it. I assume so, because I think that's what Spicy Juice used for the low XY pass, which does this. And that, yeah, that was probably on Dolphin. No one has tested this on HD. I have no idea if it's possible. HD has a lot more memory. In my opinion, it's even better than a Rupee Slide because you get to actually play. You don't have to figure out something else to do for 5 hours. I'm not the person to ask how this is useful. Yes, it does let you skip the webs in the tunnel. But I'm not certain. I don't think anyone has routed HD low transforms. I'm not terribly interested in routing it, and I'm the only one that's done it on SD so far. A lot of the things we do would carry over, but probably would be less than 10. But without being able to get early Master Sword, and with only being able to do one Rupee Slide, it's unclear. Wii has other issues when it comes to this. number of times you press the X and Y button. Yeah, you'd have to slide through arbiters. So HD low transforms would probably be shorter by a significant margin, if I had to guess. I'm pretty sure if you're playing Wii 1.0, then at some point during the nut duping process, the game will just void out. Just reload the room. Because of one line of code that they had in Wii 1.0, but no other version. Yeah, you could do the rupee slide on Wii. It's true. I don't think so. There's some minor stuff, but nothing major. If I PB this run, it's because I played better than my PB. Flash got luckier. I do have like 15 minutes I can save on the sum buttons. But that's not the only thing. Like there are also like 15 minutes I can save getting into the grove. Which is something I actually practiced before this run, though there's no guarantee it'll go well. Doesn't duping the hidden skill require, like, item wheel delay or something? But we don't need an extra hidden skill. Because we have Basimdabats. Item wheel delay requires 30 mashing perfectly alternating A and B until you need to pull up the item wheel. It is not humanly possible. Yeah, I suppose that's true. If you were doing low transforms, get it down to 2. Depending on the exact details. It's okay, the Deku Baba does not remember. From time to time. Just use Moon Jump? Gosh, why didn't I think of that? What a great idea. It probably wasn't actually a goal, but I did still save time. I should probably start putting them earlier in the tunnel. Time rolling. Not still have collision. Soon, though. Soon it'll be gone. Lost quite a bit of time. Wonder why. Wonder if there's time saved to be had in the last 100 nuts. more than that 2 seconds at least. So, how's everyone's Friday going? Sorry to hear that, Middleton. It's 6:20 p.m. for me. Not particularly late. Picking up a nut cost me 5 seconds. Good bonk. I'm probably going to be behind by the end of this. If this keeps up. Something like that, Looney. Welcome back. good luck if you do, Jin Twing. There are quite a few runners that have said that they are interested in running this category. One runner currently learning it. It'll be interesting if we actually get competition in this at some point. It's a fun run. It just has some downsides. Okay, here we are. 100 nuts left. I would expect double stab is faster, but I don't know. I've never timed it. Wide glotters. Wide can be wide can be 0.1 seconds if you try hard enough. I ruined. I don't have a specific goal, just wanted to do a run. Oh, are we already at that point? Interesting. Yep, indeed. From a few nuts ago, all of the new nuts are just gonna not have collision. Because this is a good game. Thought that usually happened at 2:56, so I'm curious why it started earlier. I'm not actually sure what exactly causes the area to despawn. It might be more memory fragmentation than actually filling up the memory. Because 350 nuts is not enough to entirely fill up the memory. Not even close. A little over an hour left. Yes. Hi, Irish potato. Not much, just duplicating some deku nuts. Yeah, but we don't fill memory even close to as much as 19 fishing rods does. No one's done this with memory viewer, is what I'm saying. A deku nut is about 2 kilobytes. So, in total, that's 700 kilobytes, which is not enough. To fill it up to the same extent, we would have needed like 500 nuts. Which would have been slower than the rupee slide, to be fair. I'm trying to unload an area so that I can go out of bounds with Epona. Get to the forest temple before saving tallow. This run has some wacky things in it. This is just the start. Anyway, I'll be duping these for another hour and 15 minutes, so just so you know what to expect. I should probably keep that bundle of nuts off the screen too. I don't think I have noticed that. I've not looked around Snow Peak that much. Loading. Yes. Oh, yeah. No, that looks like a wooden sword up there. Or whose it is. They are indeed. They will make the game lag some more. Yeah, I'm losing about 16 seconds per nut now. The lag. Oh! My favorite Zelda game is The Wind Waker. Yet I have not managed to complete a run of that game because Twilight Princess keeps calling me back. Have you considered looking on 1.1, Morgan? Wii 1.1? wonder if my PB got the going out of bounds to Forest Temple first try. Or if it had to reload the save. I did try to learn the Wind Waker. I'll probably try again. I think I would enjoy the run if I could just finish. Also, running TP as much as I have, or as long as I have, made me not like TP quite as much. Maybe I just like the Wind Waker because it's unspoiled in my mind. Not yet convinced that the game hates me. Oh, only 75 nuts left. We're getting there. Thanks, Big Ben Runs. Maybe my favorite Zelda game is actually my Nintendo Picross, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Wonder how many frames I've lost to imperfect rolls. Wonder if I'm more consistent at perfect rolls at this frame rate, or less consistent. EP time loss. Lost only 1 second. Incredible. Yes, this is the best strat. Only an hour left to think of all of the better things you could be doing right now. Especially love that this section of the game we just don't have any music. Except for the enemy music every 30 seconds or so. Really nice touch. indeed, Claude Inc. Or they wouldn't have made the Baba respawn. Thanks, got two more. Yo memo. Still nearly an hour left on this. Watch I folded by? Sure, I understand the question. Folded by? I think it's about a minute and a half so far. I think my sum of best at the start of the run was a mid 2013. Now my sum of best is a 2012-04. But I don't know for certain. Alright, see you in a bit, Memo. Thanks for the best of luck. No new tech. At least nothing major. The route is effectively the same. No, I had that tech in my last run, the not losing time in Palace. I messed it up, but I had it. A gate skip doesn't apply to this category because it requires a transform. So we still have the rupee slide through the Poe gate, which is nice. I don't know that I'd say impossibly fast, but it did have a really fast curve slide. Fastest I've ever seen, and it was third try. Possible a better angle worked. If I could find an angle that gives the perfect speed, it could be down to as low as 1 hour and 36 minutes, if I remember correctly. But I didn't spend enough time trying to find that angle because it was meaningless. Because setups are basically impossible there. True, no world records. That's a big if. Make gold, but whatever. Matter. Keep splitting early. Because I keep missing. I should stop missing. Missing loses time. Good bonk. All right, 50 nuts left. This is your brain on 300 nuts. Thanks, Epona. it loses time to look at the Baba. I feel like the lag gets a little bit worse going up. Though it might just be this area. I don't know. If nothing else, having the post slide makes it a lot easier to schedule this run. If we didn't have the post slide, it would be like 11 hours straight. I mean, with a 2-hour break for the grove slide, I guess. But you'd have to take an entire day during the day to do that. It's not something I could start after work like I did today. And the post slide is just iconic. I'm glad something still uses it. Yes, that is also true. Wide glotters. If I get this into really, really long a thon, my requested start time would be 10 a.m. for me. So 6 hours before this run started. Just can't do that after a day of work. Can't start this run in the middle of work. Yeah, there are 12 hours-ish. The grove slide is variable. But it's the fastest that I've done it is 2 hours. And the post slide is 9 hours 40 minutes. I would take a grove slide that is 2.5 hours or less in this run. Just, I know I have half an hour of time today. I can play well. Not gonna keep trying for the perfect slide, because it very well could take an extra half hour. If I do. Nuts left. We're up to 45 seconds a nut. No. That's all of my time gone. Yeah, reset. I can probably still be ahead at the end of the not duping. We'll see. Wide gliders. Ooh. Actually, I probably just managed to get to the other side of the loading zone. Probably just stayed in the shadow and therefore just lost a bunch of time. How does this route differ from any percent? Entirely. So this route gets the boomerang, the master sword, the claw shot, the iron boots, and does Gorge Void, all before saving Tallow, which is 4 minutes into an 80%. The Twilights end up being fairly similar between any percent in this, but you have to go from Twilight to Twilight in different ways in this category. The dungeons end up being fairly similar for the most part. I mean, Arbiter's Grounds is completely different. Arbiter's Grounds. Well, Arbiter's Grounds takes an order of magnitude longer, but that's just the post-slide. I guess most of the dungeon is the same. Stallard Skip is required, which is something. This run also goes into Goron Mines and Cave of Ordeals, which 80% doesn't. We do split Arbiters. Get the spinner, leave, and then come back later. But, like, Snow Peak is almost identical. You just have to use the cannon for the freezer. Yeah, considering that you were the one that made... that saved 10 hours out of the split Arbiter's route. I am actually saving time every split. This is interesting. I don't think I'm going to be ahead at the end of this, but maybe I will be. The route around finishing Lake Bed, then doing MDH, is quite different because we like warp the cannon during MDH. I mean, we do White Midnight Glitch, which is something 80% doesn't do. But we warp the cannon, then go and do MDH, then go to Snow Peak, which is a very different order than 80% does. If you want to see the full route, it is available on zeldaspeedruns.com /TP/misgrout/GCN-low-transforms. You could also do that, yes. The run could die in the out-of-bounds section after I finish nut tubing. That is very possible. I'm pretty well practiced at that, but there are 2 places it can crash, and if Epona pops back in bounds in the save file, then that's GG. Yeah, that's why you obtain the memo first, Clodink. We actually go to desert before MDH. Before doing MDH proper. That's part of what makes White Mend the glitch useful. I'm still 45 seconds ahead of my average segments. Because apparently my first run with nut duping was not very good at nut duping. Yeah, pretty much. Couple caveats in there. Okay. The reason we have to go to desert in that section is so dumb, actually. The nuts keep breaking, then maybe. They keep running into the wall. Less than 30 seconds behind. I mean, that concept usually makes it a really interesting run, using a lot of techniques that you don't usually see. Speedrunners tend to like weird techniques that you don't usually see. Thank you for correcting that. Good luck practicing then. Getting close now. We're nearly at the point where if you sped up the video a few times, it would look like normal gameplay. Ooh, I have time save here. Finally, my PB made a mistake. Welcome back, Tuffy. I don't know how long were you gone? Two big time saves in a row. Two factorial is 2. r/unexpected factorial. Congrats on wasting points, Steve. Alright, give me a second. Nope, it's not happening. I'll try one more time. There we go. Right. Getting close. Gonna have to actually do stuff that isn't killing a Baba and rolling back and forth. And nuts left. I love the graph. Looks so funny. Nothing's despawned yet. I think the grass is usually the first to go. I need 350. We're getting close to that. Five more. Around 5 more. It is possible that the number won't be exactly 350. Thanks for the good luck, the Dashing Wolf guy. Oh, I remember. If I don't get to the Forest Temple first try, we might be in trouble. There was something that I should have done that I did not do. I think it's possible to recover though. I had a massive gold on not one, and there's a reason for that. Oh well. I can probably get into the Forest Temple first try. Or at least get the lineup first try. Patch of grass has despawned. The Baba no longer spawns a nut. I was supposed to enter and exit the tunnel. To set my spawn point to here. I'm guessing you're not going to spawn a nut this time either, but might as well try. Still there. Basically, all I need to do at this point is go back and forth until it despawns. Okay, the Baba is gone. And the area's unloaded. I think it was around 8 months ago. All right, full speed. great time for an ad break. Steps back. Oh, actually, this is the part where it might actually matter. Oh, it spawns me here. That's good. That's real good, actually. Okay, there's no need to enter the cave. I was wrong. Although a save warp might still put you inside it. Or might put you in a bad place. Alright, now we just have to actually get into the forest temple. I don't know that that would be fun, no world records. I mean, maybe it would be. I don't know. That Dekubaba is always angry. It didn't need that excuse. So excited to push bokoblins on half a heart. Alright, if Epona's in a good spot, I'm saving. That looks like a good spot. I mean, hopefully I get this first try, but... Oh yeah, the cutscene. How could I forget the cutscene? I'm too high. No. Oh, that's bad. No. Where will this respawn me? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, just have to do that whole setup again. As long as I can get on the haunts. And the haunts doesn't run straight into the loading zone. Shoutouts to Talos Wooden Sword. Yeah, we're fine. I'll be able to get in there. It's just I didn't get it first try. You're a penguin. This is the fast strat, by the way. Nice one. Suppose the New Game Plus route might be faster. It saves around 2 hours. Second try, please. I should be low enough this time. We're in. I didn't crash, so I should still have EBF. I almost split upon killing the Baba. trust that enough. I got it during the first back in time. Alright. Ook time. Oh, man. Why didn't Link jump? Looks like my PB might have forgotten that. Which would mean time save later. Two hop. What's the point of voiding? I didn't know that. I think. Don't worry about it, Jaden. The point of voiding is to get rid of EBF, which will be useful when I do back in time equipped in some hours. No, we are not. We do Pegasus after the Grove Slide. I think. Yeah. Hi, cool dude. Welcome to this stream that you like. Right. Time for the dumb trick. That sometimes works. Could you imagine if you could get hit by a Boko to knock yourself onto the ledge? That would be incredible. Trick is dumb. Yeah, there are some plugins that do it. These? Please, dude. This trick literally feels just random. Well, back then in low percent, we had bombs. No! Bombs make this trick a lot easier. Uh, I have not been counting. But I'm losing time to PB, and that's not a good sign. Gotten up there twice, I just then slipped off. Really? Why is it that when I do the setup exactly the same, it leads to completely different results? I positioned Epona very slightly too high. I don't know, the Forest Temple. Finally. All right. I am going to lose a lot of time to my PB here. Just to set the expectation, there will be a lot of time loss. Looking for negative and negative. My PB got this very quickly, and it was a very fast slide. I will not get it that quickly. There is effectively no way to get an angle set up for this one. Because of the boomerang. For some reason, using the boomerang makes angles inconsistent. If someone can find a setup for this, that's great. I was not able to. Yeah, this may take a while. The worst I've had this is 45 minutes to get the slide going. X speed is more important than Z speed, but X speed is harder to get. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. X always seems to be lower than Z. Maybe another 2 attempts before I'm losing time to PB? Well, it's going the right direction, but it's slow. Preemptively. This is a 2.7 hour slide. For 2 hours, 42 minutes. So I'd lose 36. $35 minutes. Um, no, I think I can get a better one. Just annoying. We have a better one. That's it. That's fast. This slide is 1 hour and 36 minutes long. I found it. This is the angle. This is the perfect angle. You cannot get faster than this. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident. I'm saving 30 minutes. All right. Yeah, 1 hour, 36 minutes is all. Oh, that makes me happy. Okay, maybe there's one faster. I don't know. I don't think it was over 5 hours. Haka's low percent had like 4-ish. like to get the exact... Alright, I'm gonna go AFK. I'll be back at the end of the slide. Thanks for tuning in so far. So excited for this to get demonetized on YouTube because Lost Woods keeps getting flagged for that. Anyway, see you in a bit. Hello. There's about 5 minutes left. Run. Yeah, it should end in 2 units. Hopefully. Then we can get into the run proper. This is a fast slide. I should be 20-ish minutes ahead of PB. And my best possible time will be really close to that 20-hour mark. My splits only have 2 runs on them, so it's entirely possible we'll see that go down to the round. Sub 20 could still be possible. Assuming I don't somehow fail this. But it looks good. Just need the telltale signs of actually clipping. Good to go. Somewhere around 3 minutes left. If my math is right, then we're looking for the exposition being negative 1282.0. 0.001, so pretty much right after. This slide's interesting because the wall we're going into is not directly on the X or Z axis. I suppose that's true of the gate slide as well, but the post slide is directly on the Z axis. A very obvious mark that we're always aiming for. And the gate slide, we always start in the same spot. For this slide, you can start anywhere on this wall. You just have to do the math to figure out where on the line you're going to end up. Very interesting. Might be slightly new. There will be plenty more staring at rupees later. We have something like 4 hours of gameplay here, I'd say. Post slide starts 9.5 hours on the road. So, right around 4 hours of game. Yeah, it's a little more than 136. We need one more unit. Which is 5 minutes, actually. Wow, I did the math very wrong then. We're only saving 25 minutes. When Link is clipping, you should see Link bobbing up and down, because the height of the seam is slightly different than the height of where Link is right now. Once he's done that, I should be clipped. It does look like he's clipped right now, like his entire elbow's in. Not enough. This is gonna be a really funny graph. Wonder what it'll look like at the very end. All the way up to this point is gonna be basically flat. With the spike at the end, all the way down to 15 minutes ahead, as I'll probably be. We have half a unit left, no world records. It should be 2 or 3 minutes. Really not sure why I missed it. Maybe it had already gone 5 minutes by the time I actually got. I don't know. Three units left. Well, I might wait until like 1. Just to be sure. Though, if I throw the run now, I get to go to sleep. otherwise I have 4 hours until. Could see Link starting to bob soon. Here. Here it is. Yeah, once I have stopped bobbing, I should be clipped. But I'm probably going to wait a little bit. So I'm probably clipped now. What are you doing, Link? I don't think I've ever seen him bob down after the pops. Good to go? Alright, I'm gonna go. That's sort of a Monka-S angle, I must admit. Okay, 15 minutes ahead. Best possible time, 20 hours and 7 minutes. This will be interesting. In the old low percent route, we used to have bombs here, which would have let us hit the Skull Kid from far away. A little unfortunate that we didn't have this. Old low percent maybe could have gotten this fast. It's just a matter of we didn't really run it enough to optimize it. Like, I was perfectly happy with 4-hour growth slides most of the time. And we didn't understand the post slide. Well, yeah. I mean, we saved so much time just with optimizing slides. What changed is I just got lucky. I got a good angle, and that caused me to have a good speed through the slide. The best speed I've ever seen, which is... I said that during my PV as well. Because that was also the best speed I had ever seen. Alright, I am going to fight Skull Kid, just because I don't want to have to redo this. It's not technically necessary to fight. But if you mess up too badly, it can be a problem. slow. My sum of best is now 1946, which is crazy. Alright, I am a human. I cannot do the Master Sword puzzle. I have to skip it. How does one skip the Master Sword puzzle? This is one of my favorite tricks in the game. And I really wish we had more categories that used it. Used to be in Pirate RRTA and a couple other categories. It used to be in low percent. No, it's only low transforms. Basically. The Wii version, they also made a lot more copies. It sold a lot more. But the GameCube version just happens to be a little bit better for speedruns. I still think the Wii version is really cool for speedruns. Alright, funny cutscene coming up. I forgot to get the golden bug. This is not the first time I've forgotten to get the golden bug. I should probably get it before leaving. I'll lose time on this split, like a minute probably. I can get it after the cutscene, it's fine. But that's kind of important for repeat running, and I'll save time later because my PB also forgot it. I'm pretty sure. The Wii version is perfectly fine. I like the Wii version. That was my first version as well. Okay. We're now at the actual gameplay part of the run. And this run is wild. If you haven't watched a low transforms run before, hope you're ready for it. You know, it's interesting. A lot of GameCube runners say that they wouldn't be able to stand running the Wii version because of that problem of, oh, you're too used to the GameCube. Yeah, after 3 runs, you're completely used to the Wii version. The orientation, your brain just switches eventually. I'm sorry to hear that, the Hairy Monk. I also did 1 run of HD. I enjoyed it. I've done 2 runs, actually. 2 full runs. But it's not a run that I expect I'll do on. Alright, so we are 6 hours into the run. Surely it's time to save this poor boy. This poor boy that the 80% speedrun saves 4 minutes in. I should do more each day. I did a run of Wii Hundo. It would only make sense to do a run of HD Hundo. Lubbers! You timed that pretty perfectly. Thanks for the raid. Hope stream was good. Alright. Raiders, welcome to Twilight Princess Low Transforms. It is 6 hours into the run. We have not yet saved Tallow. Instead, I did 3.5 hours of duping Deku Nuts to get Epona out of bounds so I could get into the Forest Temple, get the Boomerang, and then use the Boomerang to get into the Grove, do a Rupee Slide, and finally get the Master Sword. And now we are on our way to do Gorge Void. I suppose that's fair, Glores. Should be fine. Ayo, first try, let's go. First try same clip is crazy. I saved about 25 minutes on the Grove side just because I got lucky, basically. And I was not expecting it. This run is pretty good. That is entirely possible. Alright, coming up is Gorge Void. Normally, if you fail Gorge Void, you just lose a minute because you warp away. However, I do not have any portals unlocked yet. Therefore, I cannot warp away. If I fail Gorge Void, it is a soft lock. I have to do all of this again. So, I just need to get this first try. Good. Right, I have the Master Sword, so these guys will actually die. Hi, Greg. Thanks for the good luck. Okay, we gotta try it again. Oh, also, the visual cue sucks for this. It is a different visual cue than every other Gorge Void, because we're only dealing with a circle. I don't know if PB failed it or if I just had a bad sequence clip. I think it did fail it? I don't know. Anyway, it would have been really nice to get that quickly. Get that first try. Fortunately, there is a spot we can park Epona that lets us do this multiple times. Hi, ZWS. It is possible to just clip straight in there. I do not know how to make that consistent. Realized if this run finishes, the attempts count will say 6 out of 66. Would I be worried? Second try. Late. Okay, I am losing time. But it's fine. Admittedly, I did not practice this form of Gorge Void. I have not practiced this form of Gorge Void for a long time. I'm kind of just going on feeling. Because it's the same timing. Just different cue. What is a bomb skit doing there? Really? Really, that's not far enough in to clip? Yo, thanks for subbing with Prime Gaming, Greg. Third tries the charm. Really? I thought that was good. Takes what, 2.5 minutes per attempt? This sucks, but like I have plenty of time to save later. Two and a half minutes per attempt of a frame perfect trick. Man, I love speedrunning. Gorge Void is required. We revisit there as Wolf. However, we're on the wrong side of the gorge when we do. Really wish you'd just flip it. It would make my life so much easier. Maybe I should ask one of the Wii runners at some point. Tips on that. I'm sure they have that consistent. So wait, one person subbing now causes a hype train? Am I seeing that right? Maybe there was another front that just didn't share. Possible. Maybe I just need to mash this. My Q is clearly not working. At least mashing should be a 50%-ish chance. I'll consider that, Greg. Do you have any of this to spare? Hey, nice. I actually got it this time. No, that's impossible. Jorg belongs in the void. Alright, I'm gonna mash for that. Thing. Fundamentally, I don't know if I'm early or late on most of the accounts. I clearly needed to practice this. I practiced plenty of other things. Gorge Void is not harder as human. It is harder with the portal that I'm working with. Because normally you have a visual cue, which is just a line on the portal. However, that line does not exist. And also the portal is higher up for some reason. Right. If you look at it, the portal's just a circle. But it's the same frame. It's still frame perfect. I only have a couple more attempts before I'm behind again. Needless to say, I don't think sub 20 is happening this run. Jotwad Runner sounds like just about the worst possible thing for my mental health. Not quite. Full-time 300 rupee run. Now that's a rough one. I'm gonna time that. You know, just a frame perfect trick, 6 hours into the run. We Any Percent does this 5 minutes in. Admittedly, I could have also done this 5 minutes in. I chose to do this round. But you know, not much I can do about this. The time save on this route versus that is the time it takes to go back into Farron Woods and out to Hyrule Fields once. Item wheel delay is not the answer. Minutes might be a good estimate. I never timed it. This is the faster way, so this is what I did. I think I need map warping before I can get to... Boys. Hope I didn't need to keep that save. No, I didn't. I'm still ahead. It's fine. Alright, time for the second dumb trick. And immediately followed by the third. Alright. If anyone was around in 2013 watching Twilight Princess speedruns, they are familiar with this trick. Three bonks. Not too bad. Alright. Now we have Pillar Clip without Midna. Woohoo! Yeah, Rage, there's a one-frame window in which I can jump attack into the gorge to avoid the cutscene happening. That makes it so I can come back later and trigger the cutscene when it's actually possible to warp. Because I need to do that cutscene at some point. Just can't do it now. Okay. Attempt 1 failed. My PB got this first try. No, my PB did not. The run before it did. My first run of this row. Second try, baby. I don't need Uku. Just the LJs. Okay. Do I have EBF? I don't think I do. But the route doesn't say to get it here. I voided on the monkey chain intentionally because that's what the route said. I don't think I got it in Grove because it didn't howl. Alright, time to see if I'm losing my frequency. If I am, oops. I have it. Cool. Sacred Grove cutscene? Okay, good. I don't know why we had to void on the chain. That seems unnecessary. You don't bite at that point. Cool. Excellent decorative. That's possible, I guess. All right. So I was supposed to keep a save in the Forest Temple. I did not do that. So I might lose time here. I very likely will. Alright, time to fight King Bulblin 1. You definitely need to get rid of EBF for this, but Deku Toad does that. Yep, the first of 6 King Bulblin fights. The normal amount in the game. Alright, to recap. So far in the run, I have gotten the Boomerang, the Master Sword, the Iron Boots, the Claw Shot, done Gorge Void, and now I've beaten King Bulblin 1, all before saving Tallow. I'm pretty sure it's 6 now. Very important, I needed to enter Kakariko through that exit, or through that entrance. Clearing that cutscene is very important for something hidden. One shot. So here we are. 6.5 minutes. Yep. 6.5 hours into the run. It is finally time to save Tallow. Right, I have the Master Sword. How could I forget? Okay. Exactly, truck free. Now we have some normal any percent stuff for a bit.
Hey!
T71. Good goats. Yeah, had to make sure Colin was safe. I've got priorities. Do I need to do anything else before? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose I do need to do that. True, Morgan. Anyway, hi, Colin. Glad you're safe. Alright, here it is. Transform number 1. Well, not yet. Not quite. Because I have the Master Sword. I can't transform by a mere Twilight wall. Let me out! There it is. Transform number 1. Now we are wolf for a bit. That's not where I split there. True, Morgan. Yeah, I had to save Colin before I even met him. Yeah, you need to get out of the cell to get the sensibility. And we need senses to be able to the bugs in Twilight. So we have to get out of the cell. And the only way to do that is dig. So, everything I've done so far has been to make it possible to get through all 3 Twilights without transforming between them. And, well, have the stuff I need for after that. That I would normally need to, like, be a human in Twilight. That's the whole reason why I need to get the Master Sword and the Boomerang and the Claw Shot and Gorge Void before Tallow. To make this section possible. It's honestly incredible routing. And yes, I did it, but this route barely works. Claw Shot isn't strictly needed early, but we do have to do back in time equipped, and the place we can do that is Lake Bed. So we might as well just get the Claw Shot while we're there, because it's useful. It's useful before we have to beat Lake Bed. This is on... I'm playing on a Wii console, but this is the GameCube version. Hi, Hugo. How you doing? Have you been, like... No, you haven't been sitting here for very long. Thanks, Olixir. Right. Wow, IPV had 3rd Tri-Sword and Shield skill. do better than that. Or not. Yes, it does. This game is pretty good. The Wii version is a lot cheaper, and if you're just going to play it casually, I would suggest that that's probably what you should do. For speedrunning, most people go with the GameCube version. So, you know, it's up to you. Is there an LJA? Like, I know in theory that would work, but I've never actually seen an LJA for that. Alright, second try. I don't think we did an LJA there. Wii is just a good speedrun. It is. I like it, but it's slow and hard, which is a bold thing to say running low transforms. Yeah, I suppose the 90% section ends now, though this is still familiar to any percent bite runners. Completely forgot about the map there. Looks like I collect all the tiers except the first two. So, there was already the Grove Slide, which was about an hour and a half. And then, yeah, the Arbiter's Ground Slide for 10 hours. Won't be taking any breaks other than that. Although, actually, this is most similar to Goron Mines RTA right now. With what we'll be doing in the tournament. So I can stay at my current rupee count. Fine. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. think there's at least one other thing beating Farron in this one. We do go through this area a lot of times in this run. Right. Hi, Jamal. I know it's sort of weird doing early Master Sword when I already have the Master Sword. Trust me, it's necessary. Maybe I should transform and open the Forest Temple right now. It would be real convenient for later when I go to the Forest Temple. Automatic transforms do count. There is something that is sort of an exception. For this run, we've defined transforms to mean entering a cutscene or animation in one form and leaving that cutscene or animation in the other. So, if you enter, say, a Twilight as Wolf, and suddenly, on the other side of the Twilight, you're a human, but then you turn into a wolf before the cutscene ends, that isn't counted. Because you started as Wolf and you ended as Wolf. That happens once in this run. That's not right.
Mitch gonna like you. What happened? What?
Yep, fair in Twilight. There was a different route that I forgot to put in my splits for my PB, and instead didn't change for this one. We don't get any tears. We just leave. I was gonna say the trigger shouldn't be here, but that cutscene gives me a heart attack every time. Alright, so the purpose of doing Gorge Void earlier was so that I could trigger this cutscene from this side. This is essential because that gives me the map warping ability, which is necessary for a few things. Okay. Now we finish the Twilight. as a fun side note, if you watch that cutscene all the way through, Link will transform into a human. Like, you will be a human on the other side. But skipping the cutscene lets you stay as Wolf. Because we have the Master Sword. Alright. Time for Eldon. Which is... I mean, it's glitchless. It's just glitchless. I mean, we do have Bombhouse Skip, I guess, if I'll do it. I don't even know if I will. Well, I'm ruining my sleep schedule to keep running, so... who am I joking? My sleep schedule was already... That was the straddle. So it goes straight. Maybe it is. I just haven't practiced it. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I should transform and get the 50 rupees. The post light is going to end fairly, I mean, not really early in the morning for me. It'll probably be like 10 or something. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be able to sleep until then. I can't manage to sleep in past 8 ever for some reason. Yeah, this run would be really rough if we didn't have a sleep break. I mean, it's arguably already really rough. But at least that makes it possible to schedule. Alright, I am at 300 rupees, which is good. The amount of rupees I am supposed to be at. Yeah, I'm really glad that it still exists in a category. Even if a category that doesn't even have a leaderboard yet. Yeah, go get more rupees. 300 is not enough. I don't have nearly enough splits in Elden Twilight. I'll go for Bombhouse Skip once. I haven't practiced it in a while. But you know, it shouldn't be that hard. Well, there's Katsuma who is working on it. But yeah, so far the people who have actually been interested in enough to learn the game learn the run are ones that are not active in the community. Otherwise, like people who have not done any percent in quite a while. If at all. Alright, got bomb house skip. I even did it like the old way, despite having learned the new one, and now usually always going for the one. I might be more consistent with the old one though. Okay. Salad skip really... It sucks that it's required. But it's also a really satisfying trick. It feels like it fits in this run. With all the crazy stuff we have to do. Okay. Thanks at No World Records. Wolf Jam. So in this run, I need 5 hidden skills. I've now howled for 2 of them. And, well, there's the one in North Perrin that I'm pretty sure I'll just get one. Howling Stone Routing has been one of the more interesting things. The shift from 6 transforms to 4 transforms, one of the things in there was we needed to figure out a way to get 1 fewer hidden skill. Or find a way to climb the ladder as Wolf, which, well, it's unfortunate that that one didn't happen. Yeah, Postlight is done once. Alright. There it is, Elden Twilight. Okay. This part of the route is... I'm glad this works. If this didn't work, then this route would not exist at all. I mean, you can say that about a lot of parts of the route, but this one in particular, it's just amazing that Nintendo let us do this. Wow, one hop. Not that, of course. Of course Nintendo would let us do that. They don't know how to make a good gate. Very important safety save right there. Probably won't come into play. Okay, that jump into the gorge. Not into... I suppose it is a gorge. Disabled the postman. For some reason, there is a trigger right there that disables the postman. It is completely unclear why. Thanks, Nintendo. No, there haven't been any route changes. Alright, whee! Yeah, anyone who thinks that seeing a human in a cutscene would be a transform right now, look away.
Yucky good bowl cake.
Another fun fact, if I say no there, the game crashes. Alright. Time for Linear Twilight. The long version. And it's pretty close to just glitchless.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Really putting the wolf dash in Twilight Princess Speedrun. Not a transform, because if we could skip that cutscene, you wouldn't see it. I mean, we have to let that technicality exist, or let that technicality by for this route to exist, and I'm very glad this route exists. So I'm not looking to scrap it anytime soon. Kinda. No, that does make sense. Hey, remember this bridge that I jumped off earlier? Turns out, they reapplied the oil. They made the sky not green. I don't know why they did that. Green sky is good. Oh, or this cutscene isn't here. You can just see the whole thing. I kind of wish when King Boblin 2 knocked you down that you would just spawn in Lake Hylia. Leave Telma sitting there. Maybe I should skip the Kargarok. Yeah, I know, really foolish of me. You could still do it if you got that one pattern that makes it possible. Counting on that. Wide glotters. This category makes me happy. Wish it weren't so long and awkward. Got Gorge Void too. At Anarakis, get the cutscene. cutscene. I know. It's a shame. It's a shame their spots couldn't be. Sweet. Alright, look at the eyes. Look at eyes of Rutella. Okay. At Anarakis. Save warp. This is very important. It will save me literal minutes later. The save warp sets the time to midnight. If I didn't do that, I would get to Malomart. I would need to go to Malomart at a time that it is closed. Doing that means it should be open. Alright. Pretty much just business as usual for the rest of Linear Twilight. With the exception of I don't complete it. I wonder if I should go for Waterfall Side Hop. I never go for charge. Why did I go for a charge? It worked. Strange decision making. Alright, last Howling Stone for a while. Last Howling Stone in this transform. Hopefully I got all 3 that I needed to. I don't know that the dash hop saves time there, but I still want to go for it. It's cool. Very important rupee right there. Alright, have a good night, the world records. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks, no world records. I could now pretty comfortably do 2 entire low percent runs during the post slide of a low transforms run. I wonder if I will ever be crazy enough to think that that is a good idea to attempt. Axel. Yeah, it is. It's getting late Friday night. Still got a couple hours until the post slide starts. I can finally sleep. nearly done with this transform. Almost time for transform number 3. By that I mean transform number 2. Not quite ready for transform number 3. What are you doing over there? Okay. Add Anorakis. Don't collect the tier. Rude. Yeah, it's gonna fail. Good thing the tier heals me. Not save yet.
You Peppa.
It feels weird getting here at Okay, at Anorakis, do not get the bottle.
Spin wheel at your
Thank you, at Anorakis. Alright. The best part of the run. Seven hours and 22 minutes of the run. Time to have our lantern stolen. Hi, monkey. We could almost avoid this. If it weren't for one thing, we could avoid this entirely. Fortunately, it's a pretty major one thing. one thing we need this for is to get into Goron Mines. Having this not completed would clear text displacement when we try to go through here again. Would otherwise actually be really convenient. Skip it. Time for hidden skill number 1. Yeah, normally Trill would get angry at you, but, you know, you killed the monsters that were threatening. Yeah. So, I'll let it slide just once. So, you might think that it would be a really convenient time right now to go down to Ordon Spring and get the second hidden skill, Shield Attack. Turns out that doesn't work. I don't have a shield. Not even the one you see on my back. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that failing Core OTD loses a full minute in this category. Whatever. Okay, second try. Minute 9 even. Alright. On our way to Goron Mines. Getting 2 Goron Mines. No small feat. Normally we'd just warp there. Can't do that here. I actually think this is not gonna work. Yeah. For someone who's been saying the last couple of streams that, oh, I'm so much more used to non-Twilight Fair and Escape. I seem to not be that good at non-Twilight Fair and Escape. Right. Notice, it is day. That is good. It's supposed to be day. If it were night, it would be bad. For some reason, I have ceased being able to remember which side the chest is on. Okay, Epona, you turning that way is not helping our situation. Postman time. Hi, Postman. Thanks for despawning earlier. Oh my gosh, the Twilight wall is closer than Midna thought. Crazy. First try. Stop jumping, please. All right. Free 4-minute time save because it was day. Okay, that is the right number of rupees. Good. I thought it said I needed 0 rupees after that, but the math wasn't mathin'. Right. Now, as long as I remembered to clear this cutscene, which I did, I should be fine. Text displacement shouldn't have been cleared. Well, I definitely did, because that cutscene also triggers the purple dot for more lines. And that is there. Lovely. Thanks, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the Nintendo GameCube 2006. Alright, Goron Mines time. I haven't done Goron Mines for a minute, but should be fine. It's not like I need to do the new 100% really hard ones or anything. Just the normal stuff. Take that.
Hey.
Thank you for letting the young warrior pass. You too. I have not run this category since Kitty Climb was found. Kitty Climb does not require a transform. Good Kitty Climb. That'll save like a good couple of minutes. No, this run is not going to be 24 hours. It should be more than 20, though. Dengoro.
Hmm.
52 seconds to save here. Wow. You know, if I hadn't failed Gorge Void for 10 minutes, top 20 would still be possible. Pretty sure. Well, there were other mistakes. Don't want to grind this run. I don't have the time to grind this run. And the fact that it can be sub 20 is incredible. Let's say key shard 3, but this is the only key shard I'm getting. I really was not expecting to be 18 minutes ahead of PB at this point. This is a good run. At least this is a decent run. So. I held up. Amazing. Pretty good Goron Mines, bro. As long as I can get the Virus quick strats. Virus, how are you doing today? Just as good as ever. Yeah, this run has to get the magic armor up for a skip in Arbor's Grounds. So I need a lot of rupees. I ended up donating 200 rupees to Goron before Goron Mines. Now I need more rupees to get the bomb bag. Then I'm gonna need even more later to get the magic armor settled. Cool, got the quick strats. Really good Goron mines. It says I can skip the heart container, but I don't think I want to. So I am in human form, which means I can't really warp. There's very little mobility I can do, which is why it takes a little bit to get to Lakebed, among other things. There is one notable thing that happens that makes it hard to get to Lakebed fast, but hopefully it goes well this run. I'm stupid. I was supposed to go to Barnes Bombs. I was trying to remember why we need the Bridge of Elden portal, which we need for a very good reason. But that made me forget where I was going. There's like 40 seconds lost. Okay, need to buy the bomb bag, sell all bombs, and buy 10.
Oh. Hi.
I need some bombs to get to Lakebed, but then I need water bombs after that. Alright. Postman here? Postman is here. Look at that. Really hope that actually got it. It did. Up the right to me. Very nice. Alright, I get the portal, and then immediately... The first bug you donate gives you the big wallet. The rest give you... The last one gives you the giant wallet. The rest just give you rupees. And I need a lot of rupees. Boomerang. I won't be getting all of those. I'll only be getting like 16 of them. Somewhere around there. Some of them would be pretty unreasonable to get. Like the one in Temple of Time. This run doesn't go anywhere near Temple of Time. Man, I'm glad I read the route. Didn't just trust my splits. Although, getting a 3-minute goal would probably tip me off that something was wrong here. Quite important that I do this. I forgot to do this in one of my runs. Had to go back later and lost a lot of time because of it. Just about at the 8-hour mark. Definitely not a perfect run so far, but not a bad one either. Oh, high coordinates. It's still not fair to escape. I think Uku dive pretty well. Hopefully it goes well on this run as well. One of those things where if it doesn't, you can lose just a lot of time. I don't think this will work. I was wrong. I think that's the last time we go for South Fair. I think that's the last fair and escape. However, it's only the second Lanayru Gate clip. Ooh, nice arrows. Arrows can be a scarce commodity in this run, so the extras I can get are good. $31. You guessed, twice as many as it took. Ah, the green sky. Thanks, Heimlich. I kinda wish the golden bugs would spawn at this point, but nothing does. This is not a state that's supposed to exist. Yeah, PB had a good cuckoo dive. I will likely lose time. Which is not unsurprising. It is not surprising, I should say. Everyone's favorite clip. And really fast, too. Who knows, maybe I'll gold this. That's quite a long shot with this trick. They use it in HD. I think. Pretty sure. I know it's possible, actually, and in fact, it's easier because of no sword thinking. Yep, we're diving. If I had not missed the frame, that would have been it. Would have been fast. This is good. As long as I can get the frame. Maybe I need to double tap. Ah, yes, the void! Let's go. A lot of the GameCube glitches are available on the HD version as well. There are also quite a few unique things. You're not going to see anyone on HD doing this, though it probably is possible. I'm not entirely sure how that void happens, but it happens sometimes. So finicky. I was just about to give up on that too. Thought it wasn't good. It was. I've had 3 chances at it so far, and just missed the frame every time. That sucks. Because I think this is actually frame perfect frame. Or at least has potential to be. Oh, that was good. Christ. Getting better at getting in position. Still is a dumb trick. I haven't tested it with iron boots. I would assume it doesn't affect anything. Why am I so bad at at getting the good buffers? What's wrong? I've had it multiple times. Usually the hard part is getting into position. Kind of ridiculous. Nice. Thanks, Rodner. Could you, like, say that earlier next run? All right, lake bed. I forgot to save. Oh well. I do not have a save to do back in time, and that's not great. I'll figure something out. Right. No, EVF doesn't matter. I already did Decutode. But I need to do back in time equipped a few times later, and not having a save for back in time makes that a little difficult. No, I don't need a save to do bite right now. I need a save to do back in time for when I need to do bite later. I forgot to save in South Fair. I got shield attack. I do have Uku. That is true. Hi, Umbreon. I'm pretty sure it is still valid if Morpheal's dead. Because I've used that save in low transforms before. To be clear, there has not been a low transforms run where I haven't messed up saves at one point. Cool. I am dead. Because this doesn't refill air, does it? Like 1 pixel dead. I'm gonna match. Oh. Okay, it does totally refill air. I'm stupid. In my defense, it is way past my meta. Two-bomb Morpheal with that is impressive. Thanks, Morpheal. Alright. Normally, what you do after Lakebed Temple is Midna's Desperate Hour. Notably, Midna's Desperate Hour requires you to be a wolf. I'm not quite ready to be a wolf, so we're gonna do some detours. Why do I have 3 minutes of time saved there? I guess my PB must have died to Morpheal. I feel like that's more than 3 minutes. Alright. So, I have finished Lakebed before finishing Lanayru Twilight. The game does not expect this to happen. I'm gonna do a nice little save warp, and it'll put me at Lake Hylia, where I can collect the last tier. Or if I really want, I could do another Uku dive. And I wonder why it was only 3. Maybe I just had the worst of the worst 10. That's also possible. Right. The Twilights are now done. And White Minda Glitch is now active. Okay. This is a really funny detour. Objectively, there's no real reason we need to do this right now, except that we need to hit the postman. I think that's the case, at least. Oh, no, there's another person. Yeah, it'll be a little bit. My gold here is inaccurate. Forgot that that just leaves the butterfly. I need bugs because I need to get the magic armor. Or a trick in Arbiter's grounds. Glad I have a shield. Yeah, but someone else. That's the trick. The route does specifically say I need to hit the postman trigger, so that is probably part of it. Oh look, it's Midna's Desperate Hour. Crazy. I wonder how desperate Midna is right now. Okay, 3 pairs, 2 singles. Well, when you put it like that. Okay, 1 more pair. I know you have bugs. Normally during MDH, there's a Midna trigger right here that would prevent you from going over here. I wonder why it doesn't now. I mean, really only Castletown is in the MDH state. Probably why. Still a little weird. Okay. I wonder why I have a split for that one, but not this one. If only the golden wolf would spawn here. You have to beat MDH for that to happen, though. Yeah, that would have been smart. So, I need to... There are 3 things that require being wolf left in the run. There's warping the cannon, there's Midnight's Desperate Hour, then there's the connection cave in Snow Peak. Warping the cannon would make it so I couldn't get Aru's memo. I have to get Aru's memo first. Which is objectively, like, one of the biggest reasons we need to do White Midnight Glitch. Helps with other things. Hey, Anno, did you know that if you're a wolf here, you run faster? This Howling Stone, by the way, we used to get in low transforms. And that was one of the things we had to figure out how to skip, because wolves can't climb ladders. Yeah, that's what I need. This is a split for GB12, well, this is actually GB14 that I'll be getting. That's cool. Golden bug. Though there is a King Golden soon. Fortunately, there aren't 14 of those. Only 6. Thanks for resubbing, Beast. Good morning. That would be fun if King Bolden showed up in the game. regardless how many of them. Actually, very important that I get this portal right now, because I need to use it when I'm a wolf. And that wolf section is coming soon. Wonder how bewildered it is. Instead of a fairy. Oh, I see. No. I don't feel like doing map glitch right now. Why was that so fast? That should not have been that fast. No, that should have been that fast. Huh. Alright. In fact, it should have been faster. Huh. Okay. No, this is the second King Moldman I've fought. EB3 is coming up soon, though. I know, Beast. But, you know... I couldn't help failing Gorge Void for 10 minutes. I didn't mean to. EB3 is coming up imminently. I don't know where this save is. I hope it is in a good spot. It's in Lakebed. This one's also in Lakebed. Okay. File 1 and File 3 are in Lakebed. Let's fix that. Yeah, I have to do this multiple times. So that's a minute lost for forgetting to save earlier. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, this is King Bulblin 3. Transform 3 is coming up. HD spin attacks do not have a cooldown. It depends on the enemy. Some enemies only get hit once. Not twice. Also, can sometimes depend on clockwise or counterclockwise spin. Alright. To do the stupid version of this that I do only because it feels right for this category. Though it's definitely harder. And almost certainly unnecessary. That should have been good. Might be jump attack too. Are you gonna run glitchless low transforms beast? First try.
What role
There it is, transform number 3. Hundo low transforms is such a bad idea. It would not be a good idea. It would not be a good run. Yeah, basically Glubbers. What is this thing? Yes, it's legal. I still prefer not to have to do that. But there's... Alice is such a high transform likelihood that it would be madness to require you to not have any accidental transforms at all. Because that's so late in the run. But yeah, go 19 hours and suddenly your run's invalid. Alright, MDH time. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I fully admit there's no real reason for me to do that version. Of Early City. I just feel like it fits the category. Yo, Player 5 for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. You come in at the time, at one of 2 times in the run, where we are a wolf. This is the section of the game where there is normally sad music, but it is gone, because I did things weird. Hope your stream went well. Yeah, that's a Maryland flag. We have the normal indoor music here. This is not normal at all. Alright, this is the only Poe I will be getting in the run. So that's a pretty common claim these days in Twilight Princess. Any percent now skips all the other Poes. Yes. Yeah, we will be getting an in-flight meal during the rupee slide. This needs to be less than 5 rupees worth of food for all of us. We'll figure it out. Thanks, Beast. I definitely would have just thrown this stick. If you hadn't said that. Anyway, this section is pretty much normal. Relative. I said I was not going to do a jump attack for that anymore. Jump attack fails. I don't want to admit that I need to practice this tower. I don't think any runner does. Fancy way to fail that jump. That jump that only I go for. Right, soon there will be music again. So, this run has a lot of sections with no music. Or at least the first 3.5 hours of the run do not have music. Pretty much. Alright, we are nearly done with the wolf requirements. I'm nearly to the 4th and final transform of the run. All goes well, the rest will be as human. Yeah, that's all we need. Yes, that is also true. Ow. Was that 3 wolf hosts that hit me? Final Howling Stone. That was the last required wolf thing in the run. Digging into this cave. Here it is, the final transform.
What do you want?
Rest of the run is human. Next 12 hours. It's human. Notably, never being wolf again also means that I never warp again. Have to be a wolf to warp. So there's no reason to get the warp portal. Gonna be a problem that I have a heart and a half. Okay. No, I said I wasn't on a spiritual journey. Spiritual journeys today. Yo, Phazon, thanks for the good luck. Snow Peak is mostly normal. Mostly the same thing we do in any percent, except it's not. Sorry. Oh yeah. Oh no, I void. Pretty bad enter balls rooms. Don't worry about it, Glovers. levels. It was a good break slide. Heavy. Now the run doesn't use min boots here. We actually don't use a lot of min boots at all on this run. Just a couple of cases. I don't know what this EBF is from, because we did King Bulblin 3 last. Yo, Rudner, thanks for the raid. Hope Hundo went well. Options. Right. EB4 time. Fair enough, I guess. It's not the... I'm not certain what it's from. I won't go, dude. I forgot to use the bow. Game's treating me alright. There have been quite a few large mistakes, but they were mostly my fault. By the first 3 hours, you mean the nut duping section, right, Colossal Donut? Yeah, this speedrun is kinda long. I could understand why you would say that. Wow, this is quite the long split. And I lost time. Yeah, this run, as well as most of the other absurdly long runs in Twilight Princess, use a technique that will be coming up fairly shortly. In order to skip some things through very long periods of staring at a rupee. Dude. No. Do it again. At least I have some extra bombs. That's better. Unfortunate time loss. I am not a god. It's a fake gold. Whatever. Don't really care. So the next dungeon I need to do is Arbiter's Grounds. Arbiter's Grounds has a 10-hour rupee slide. I'll be staring at a rupee for 10 hours. And yes, I will be sleeping during that time. I am mortal. But before we get to Arbiter's Grounds, I need the magic armor. The magic armor costs 1,000 rupees to fix this bridge. Then 200 rupees to open the Malomart in Castletown, and 600 rupees to buy the magic armor. Very much not cheap. It's important for one trick. They really don't have the... They don't have hot spring water before magic armor? Or before Castletown Malomart? That's interesting. There are plenty of rupees in this game. If you're collecting them all. quite enjoy all of my splits. I'd say it helps me remember the route, but I've been reading the route after this whole run, so it doesn't really apply. Again, forgot to split from that. Well, then Ilia's scolding us in this game would be appropriate. Hi, Postman. Nice clovers. Really appreciate that this run uses this bridge for its purpose of getting to Castleton. Shot could have hit the cameraman. Goblin needs to be more careful. I really need to update my splits. There are quite a few minor route changes that are not reflected. Maybe it's just a side effect of doing Embolden more than once. I don't know. Okay, time to get the magic armor. You bought it. You're smart. You bought it at Mellowmart. Sounds really fun, Morleyman. Okay, this is the last hidden skill I need. I don't actually need this until Palace. Hi, Lincolns. Thanks for the good luck. I might be stupid. Can you do that before finishing Cave War Deals Beast? Beast makes this look so easy. I've never been able... I've never put the time in to figure out how to get that consistently. Oh yeah, the cannon! Did I forget? Alright, through the desert we go. I don't know what causes the war to be there. Because I think it's there in the Master Sword After file. Which doesn't make a lot of sense. Lost 10 seconds. All right, Arbiter's Grounds. We're gonna be in here a while. Get back to bench soon. At least as long as I remember how to do the post slide. Yes, this route gets map working. I have never played Link's crossbow training. I please? No. Yep. All right. For those who are unaware, what's happening right now is I am staring at a rupee. There is a missing frame in the animation, meaning Link is going slowly backward. Namely, 0.000977 units per second. Collision is disabled during this time, so that gate that's behind Link, yeah, he'll just clip through it. But because he's moving so slowly, it's going to take 9 hours and 40 minutes. So, now we wait. Anyway, I am going to sleep. It is 1:40 a.m. here. I will see you in the morning.